my little beauties, and welcome. It's Tuesday, and I'm very glad to have you here. I apologise for the delay. Do you know what the delay was there, by the way? Well, as you know, I have a water distiller here. It saves me a fortune on gas bills, and it gives me fresh water, and it even makes your teeth white. I mean, everybody should have a water distiller, you know? And when I went to top it up and get it going, I had about half in it, and I thought, I'm going to pour this out. You know, it'd been there for one day. And I poured it down the sink, and I kid you not, man, what came out looked like treacle. And it just goes to show, I had to clean it all out, of course. But you would be astonished at the junk that's in your water. It's absolutely mind-blowing, you know, because obviously the distiller evaporates the water from your tap, and you get left with some stuff, you know. You get left with residue, and you wouldn't believe the state, you know, you would not believe the state of it. So I had to clean that out there, and I tell you what, it's just another reminder. Like, if anybody's wondering, you know, what you're going to get for Christmas or anything, any birthdays coming up, whatever the excuse is, tell somebody to get you a water distiller, or get one for yourself. I'm telling you, man, it will change your life. So that's the vibe. Now, welcome to the live stream. Today I'm hopefully finishing this JavaScript thing that has gone on forever. And the first time I built this, I used Angular and CodeIgniter, and it took me 2 months. It's one of the most anyway, technically difficult JavaScript pages I've ever done, because it has a drag and drop within a drag and drop and a bunch of other things. So I'm either going to finish it by the end of today or by the end of tomorrow. Here's what I'm hoping is going to happen. I'm hoping that I can finish this thing by the end of today, the JavaScript part of it, and then that'll leave me in the home straight for the rest of that site, which should hopefully be quite straightforward. But if all goes well, then maybe I'll get this thing finished in 2 or 3 hours, and after that I can just make a couple of modules, and how about we launch this framework? You just never know. So let's give this a go. Tally-ho. And can you believe it? The great Jerry is in the house. It's very good to have you here, Jerry. I love that name, by the way. Don't you think, I don't know, is it Dutch? I've always thought that people from that part of the world have the best names. I was actually thinking about changing my name, you know, to Travernigov von Spangelgrubenwerk. I haven't decided entirely yet, though. And the great chef is here. Nice to see you, chef. The 2 pillars of the whole vibe are here, and I'm very grateful to see you folks. I hope you have a fantastic day. Let's not even waste one moment, shall we? By the way, I have to say, I caught a little bit of a Scotland game last night, and I never thought I'd find myself saying this, but I think that the Scotland football team is actually quite good these days. Who would have guessed it? And I watched this game, and let me tell you, there's a couple of players on that team who are really, really good. And you just never know. You just never know. I've never been into football, you know, but it was certainly something to see a team that could actually play for once, you know. Alright, so here's where we are. Now, with the thing that I was doing yesterday, there was a mistake that I made. By the way, I'm going to show you something. I want to show you something. I'm going to open up. Okay, so you know that I come on and I do live streaming during the day. That's what I do. Well, if I stage all and commit here, I don't know if it's going to let you see this, but I did this at about 1 in the morning. You see, I come back at night and I code at night as well, you know. That's right, I am a workaholic. But one of the things that I realised last night is that I had made not so much a technical error, but something that, well, something that could have been improved. You see, I had this page reading the menu categories, drawing them with PHP. Then I had JavaScript kicking in when you add categories and stuff like that. This was a mistake. So now I've got JavaScript handling all of this page. And I think it's going to be a lot more straightforward if I do it that way. I'll explain what I mean, right? So if we go to menus, show, which is obviously the name of this page, right? So what we're doing here is we are okay, so this menus here loads up this file here. Now all of the fancy stuff is that menu categories draw sortable categories. That's what I wanted to show you. So on menu categories, we've got this thing by the name of draw sortable categories. And we select all from menu categories where the menu ID is that we order by priority, right? So this is me selecting some menu categories, and there they are on the page. Do you see them? Now we can pass those into the page, which is exactly what I'm doing. Then we're loading up this view file here. So remember, we've just passed in a bunch of rows with the categories information. But then what I do is, now at the top of the code here, I say menu categories. Now keep in mind that I have passed the categories in, it's this thing here. And if I say JSON encode rows, that is going to turn all of those categories into a JavaScript array immediately. So there's no real PHP going to be going on in here. Instead, we turn the categories into a JavaScript array. Now if you go to the bottom of the page, then you're going to see build menu categories. Maybe I should have that at the very bottom. Okay. Now what does build menu categories do you think? Well, if you look upstairs, you will see that menu categories is declared high up and it's not inside a function, right? That means that menu categories is available everywhere. So when we say build menu categories, now just to show you that this is working, I'm going to alert ahoy, like that. Maybe just say return, right? So if I refresh, do you see that it says ahoy? And we could also say menu categories dot length, and it says 8. So we have that array of menu categories. We've turned the categories from the database into a PHP array. So what we're doing now is we're looping through the categories and we're adding a new category. And I made it so that add category takes in an actual category object, but it takes in where you want to add it as far as the list goes. Now when the page is listing, I want to add them at the end, so it's stacking them one on top of the other. So that's what gives us this. If I had written start in here, it would go in reverse order, which it does, right? But we're going to do this, we're going to stack it, right? So that's what's happening there. Now, the reason why I added this thing on with the position, which is add category, is because there are times when maybe I want to add a category, but instead of putting it at the bottom of the pile, maybe I want it high up. One such example is if I create a new menu category. So we're going to go create. Whoops. Okay, we've got open category modal. That's what we're talking about, right? Now, here, okay, I'm going to do this a little step at a time, if I may. So, as much as it's a pain in the neck, this has to be done right. So I'm going to say if element ID is 0, I'm just going to alert super cool. It is important. I have to get it right. So if we click this, you see that it says super cool. Perfect. So what are we going to do? We are going to open the modal. Let's just try that. Alright, now nothing's opening up, and if we inspect, it says cannot read inner HTML of null, so we're missing a create category modal. Okay, but that's okay because I made it yesterday, and I'm just gonna quickly, there it is right there. So that's our create category modal. Now you can have it anywhere you like. I'm going to have it quite high up in the code. Maybe here. Okay, now let's just save and refresh. We're going to click, and there it is right there. Okay, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Now, you can see there's a lot of PHP and stuff going on here. And that's okay, but just to let you know, you could say start of create category modal. I'll show you a little thing. I can go like this. I'll say end of create category modal. I'm going to refresh. I'm going to right click and view the page source. We're going to look for start of, there you go. So here's our thing, right? And I discovered a fantastic website yesterday that I want to show you. HTML Beautifier. It was really, really good. And that's not it. Nor is that. Gee. Pardon me. I found a really, really good site. Here it's here. This is brilliant, this. All code formatters are not the same. This one is fantastic. If I paste in this HTML, which looks kind of okay, but format it, look at that, it just sorts it right out. So now I can copy this, and then if you want, just get rid of all of that PHP. It doesn't really serve a purpose, you know. So there we go. If it makes you feel good, you can clean up a wee bit, maybe have that here or something like that. You know what, I shouldn't have done that. That's the style. Alright, that's cool. So how about that? Isn't that nice? Now, I really, really like this page. It's the best formatter I've ever seen, and I only discovered this yesterday. So, it's so good that I'm going to go into Documents, Chrome extensions, G-Search. Now, We've got popup.html, Udemy. Okay, so right in here, I'm going to go like this. We'll chuck in this little beauty, and I'll just say beautifier, because it's an absolute belter. So let's open up extensions. I'm going to reload. Now I'm going to go back in here. See how we've got a thing that says beautifier, and when I click on it, it takes me straight there. I actually made this extension here. It just makes it easier for me to find stuff that I go to a lot. So that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. So if I ever need the beautifier, well, now there seems to be a color coding system going on there, which I just noticed. Secondary. Alright, so back over to extensions. I'm just going to quickly change the colour of that. I've kind of got a colour coding thing going on, so this beautifier goes here. There you go, and it's an absolute beauty. Alright, so where does that leave us? Okay. Alright, so we're in the business of creating a new menu category. Now, if we okay, so here's the part that here's the part, you know. Now we've got this entity name singular going on here. I must confess I'm not entirely sure what that is, so I'm going to just echo entity name singular. I'd like to see it. I'm going to click, and it's menu category. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so I'm going to take a wild guess, and I'm going to just assume that this code is good. I think it is. Alright, that's looking good. So, it's looking for a thing called destroy delete button. So, that would be this one. So basically what happened is I just came in really late last night, and I did a really quick refactor, so there's a few wee missing bits and pieces here, but we'll get it. Delete button exists. Delete button exists. What is it talking about? Ah, right, okay, so we'll copy that. Something like that. So we go like that. Okay, submit category is not defined. Here it is. Okay. Here we go. So there's going to be a few of those missing bits and pieces. But as you can see, I did add it there. And if I move it and refresh, it remembers. So that is fantastic. Now, if we close this, init cancel is not defined. Now again, if we have a look at init cancel, it just does close model. So I don't really think init cancel is a decent thing anyway. So let's look for init cancel, and we're just going to change it so that it says close modal. There you go. I don't think there's any more mentions of it. Whoops. Let's try again. So close modal. Alright. Well, I'll tell you something, folks. I've really learned something today, or the last 2 days. And I'll tell you what I've learned. See how it's adding it to the start, by the way? That's exactly what I was talking about a minute ago. Now, there you go. Beautiful. So the thing that I learned today is that actually last night, keep the technologies separate, you know? I had PHP building the HTML elements and then JavaScript building on top of the elements. What I should have done is pass the elements straight into JavaScript and then let JavaScript handle it. Now both methods work, but I think that it's easier when you just stick to one technology, do you know what I mean? That's what I reckon anyway. So anyway, now we're going to be looking for init update category title. Alright, I hope you can hear me okay. So, let's just go like this, and off we go. So we're clicking, updating. Now extract category title is not defined, of course we do need that. Like I say, I took the whole thing out, and it's basically a complete refactor. So here we go. There you go. Do you see how it says all the X's there? And if we go here, it says all the Y's. Now, let's just try and update it. Oh, hang on. Build delete button is not defined. Alright, well we knew that we'd have a wee bit of that. Let's get a whole lot of stuff going on. There you go. So we'll do that. Now cancel. That's good. Do that. We're going to update. Oh, that's perfect. Now I'm going to delete. Okay, so delete category is not defined. Okay. So there you go. There you go. Beautiful. Oh, it's so good. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, that's a pretty good start to the day. We've now got our full category CRUD refactored, and we can reposition. I'll put 2 second from the bottom, refresh, and it does remember. So that is an awesome thing. Now let's rearrange them. We'll put 6 down here, 2 up here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There you go. Alright, pretty cool, pretty cool. So now we're going to focus our attention on the, not this, but on the menu items here. This is the bit that's really, really difficult. Okay. Now, when we click on this, it's running open item modal and it's passing in a 0. So let's have a wee look at, flip these. Alright, we're going to have a wee look at open item modal. Here it is right here. And that's opening up a modal by the name of create item modal. Now, if we look at create item modal, it looks a wee bit like that. And right, let's just click it. Now that says update menu category title, which bothers me. Let me add a little X here. Right, add item to menu, that's what we're talking about. Now why, oh why, did it have to be a shyster? Add item to menu, cancel. Create new category menu. Right, okay, I've got you. I've got you. Right, okay. So, that's kind of interesting. Okay, so n add, let's just get this thing sorted. Open item modal it's called. So again, I'm going to search for n, open item. Now this thing just does not seem right. And yes, I am going to do a pointless alert. Okay, that just gives me a reassurance that I'm at the right bit, you know. Now, it's opening up a thing by the name of create item modal. That's the name of the thing it's opening up. And here it is right here. Now, you can see that this says add item to menu at the top, right? Let's just go like this. So this could not be clearer. This 100% says add item to menu. So let's refresh that. We're going to do that and add item to menu. Fine, perfect. But why, oh why, does that bring that thing up? That's really messing with me. I think I've got an idea why. When you open up the modal thing for the new category, open category modal, let's have a look at that, right? So I'm going to say open category modal. So you can see Right, so what's happening here is this is updating a panel heading, but this is updating hold on. Open the modal, create category modal, update. I'm kind of a bit stumped by this. Right, we've got a little X here. Okay. So this is a modal title. I've got you. So what's happening is it's figuring out the modal title for updating the category. Then it's updating all of the modal titles, which is a mistake. It should not be doing that, right? So here's your fix for this. We're gonna well, what you could do is instead of changing all of this, we're only ever going to have one modal up at a time. So we could say open, here's open item modal, right? Now, suppose you go like that, and suppose you say var mdl title equals hello blue sky. Let's try this. So if we go like that and then click that, it says hello blue sky. Perfect. That's really, really great. That is really, really great. Yeah, that is good. So what we're doing here is we're adding a menu item. Now, just to show you the obvious, this is no longer interfering with this. So we've got an item ID. I'm going to say, well, let's just alert the item ID just to be sure. I'm pretty sure it's going to say 0. So there you go. So it's going to say 0, right? So we're going to say if item ID is greater than 0, then var mdl title is going to be update menu item. Otherwise, var mdl title is going to be add menu item. Okay, so now we've got that going on. Now, do any of you remember how to do a ternary operator? You go like this, and it's the same for JavaScript as PHP. I'll just show you, right? So you go var mdl title equals, and you do your condition in here. So the condition is that the item ID is greater than 0. Now, if that happens, question mark. So if that happens, then it's going to be update menu item. Otherwise, two dots, add menu item. See, when you're coding, I know it's going to sound patronizing, but as you can see, I'm talking the codes, right? So it's like when you load something up in a class, you don't go like this. You know, you don't go and then just say, okay, hash greater than hello. No, you say load up hello, you know, and you say something like class is assigned to. You see what I'm saying? So each of these wee symbols and whatnot have got words, and these words, I believe the word is ubiquitous. They can be used across all sorts of programming languages, you know. So there's our thing, add menu item, right? Now again, just to prove that this does work, I'll say that the item ID is 4. Now you're going to see that it's going to say update menu item. So here we go. It says update menu item. That is perfect. Okay, but we have to be careful because there may be 1 or 2 other modal things around, and we'll look out for that in the future. But in the meantime, I'm going to look at this. Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to have a wee look at this create item modal here. Here it is. Now, right, do you see how that says modal title here? And there we go, right? So class is modal title. I'm actually going to take that out. And what that means is that when I open this now for the item, now it just says the word next, and that is perfect. So we're now going to build a thing by the name of build price field, okay? So build. There you go. So I'm going to go to where n add. Oh gee. Okay, probably we'll have it here. I'm trying to keep the functions, like, I've always struggled with this. How do you order functions, you know, alphabetically in terms of where they load? How do you do it? Well, I've never really came up with a solid rule for that, but I try and keep vaguely related things together. And there's a couple of other things as well, like if I'm doing PHP validation callbacks, go to the bottom, and just wee conventions like that. But I've never really figured out anything. I'm sure there are plenty of self-appointed aficionados who have something to say about that though. But as always, do what makes you feel good. Remember folks, the thing that you think is the best, the thing that feels right to you, is probably the best, you know? It probably is. In fact, I had no better example of that because for the past few weeks I was looking at Golang, you know? And everything on Golang looks great on paper. I was like, oh, this is great Golang. Oh, it's the future. Golang. And everything, I mean everything, was a struggle. I couldn't get into the flow at all. Kept making mistakes. And then I tried a little bit of Haxe, H-A-X-E. It's the programming language that nobody has heard of. I tried it, and immediately I could use it. I never even had to look at the docs. It just felt good, you know. Now, not everybody would get that. Maybe you would have preferred Golang or something. Who knows? Maybe you're the world's best C# programmer and you just don't know it yet. Who knows? So I would say that, you know, I know what you're like. Everybody's drifting around YouTube and reading reviews for this language versus that language. I do it as well. But let me tell you something. When you find the right thing, you're gonna feel it, you know what I mean? You are gonna feel it and it's gonna be fantastic. And you cannot beat that, you know? When you use something and it just feels right, It just sits right in your mind and everything just feels good. That is a very, very magical thing indeed, folks. You cling on to that, do you hear me? Do you hear me, you crazy rock and rollers? Alright. Now, I have a little missing function here by the name of build price field. We're going to go like that. We're going to go like that. I'm going to put in a little N in a space. I'm looking for the missing thing. Okay. And, okay. Okay, I'm going to have to look at my source code here. Aha! So we have a normal prices builder. There it is. Okay. Gotcha. I gotcha. So we've got view price builder. Let me search for view price builder. Hold on. Yeah. We've got it. We've got it. So I've got a thing here that says build price field. Well, maybe we can do a bit better than that. Let's go to build price field. Okay, I'm going to change that to view price builder. Okay. So I'm now going to take this little beauty here. Going to go like that. Something like that. And something like that. Alright. So back over here we're going to refresh. Now here comes our normal price builder. We're going to do that and hit next. Now watch the pop-up. Oh, you miserable such and such. Well, this is of course our price system ID. Here we go again. We're going to do this, and there you go. So did you see how it, well, it did something, right? Now, I'm going to console.log this price system ID here. So when we do that, and that, now you can see that that says normal price system, and you can see that that's a 1, right? So we've got a thing that says normal prices builder. Here it is here, and okay, let's go back. Okay. Well, I'll keep that in for the moment. So we'll go like this, go like this, go like this, and this. Now, I actually don't know why that's not behaving. Yeah, that's a bit bizarre. Okay, create. Right, I think I've got this. Here's our modal body. There it is right there. Now see this normal prices builder? That should be a part of the modal body, which is here. And thank heavens for nice indents. End of modal body. Okay, so we'll chuck our thing in here. A little indent. Okay, so now we're going to do this again. Going to go like that, and there you go. Now again, I'm going to add, let's try this again. I'm going to open, click. Ah, that's just excellent. That is really, really excellent. I kind of don't even feel as if we need this item price here, this message. I'm tempted to take that out. I think I will. Let's just keep it really simple. So we do that, then we do that. Yeah, that's the way. That's the way. Okay. I'm going to add a little X here. And we'll do this. Okay, so that says X submit, which is kind of cool, right? Now, I've got you. Right, okay. So we're going to look for a class of modal title, and there it is there. So that's what was messing this thing up. It's that pesky thing. Alright, so here we go. We're going to go like this, and this, and this. There you go. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Alright. So again. Right, now let's get this previous thing working. Okay. So I'm going to make this one. Do you see how that's the item form, right? Instead of calling this flip price system, that's just stupid. I don't know what I was thinking of there. I don't know what I was thinking of. But instead of calling it that, I'm going to call it restore item form. And we don't need to pass anything in. So when somebody hits previous, okay, when somebody hits previous, we're basically going to do the opposite of the function above, or, you know. So when they hit that back button, now by the way, there's a real case for declaring these variables at the top of the page, and I think I will. Let's do that. So we'll copy. We'll go upstairs. And we'll go like this. Okay, I don't mind leaving a wee gap just for the moment. Alright. So back downstairs again. Here we go. So what we're doing then, when we hit restore item form, we are going to say special prices builder, display of none. Normal prices builder, we're going to say display of none. Then the menu form fields and all of that stuff is going to get a display of block. Alright, so let's refresh, create a new item. I'm going to hit next. Oh, you miserable such and such. This is view price builder. Why is that not doing anything? Ah, of course. Of course. We want this. Okay, so we're reading the value from the drop down. So we go like that. We're going to say next. You miserable swine. Again. It seems to be running into difficulties with this. So maybe, just for the moment, maybe I'm going to have to keep this in after all. There you go. Okay, so now we'll go like this. Okay, so this is going to be our previous button. So we'll say next. I'm going to say previous. Oh, you miserable swine. Okay, so the special prices builder. Okay, let me just go like this. I'm going to console.log the price system ID. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to go like that. Like that. Alright, now the fact that I can see a 1 there is quite encouraging. Because what we can do is we can say if the price system ID is greater than 1, that means we're dealing with special prices. Oh, it's my phone. Give me a wee minute, folks. Hello? I'm doing good. Well, apologies for that. That was just my mum calling, and all is well. All is well in the world, and all is great. And I hope that you're having a fantastic day, whatever you're doing. And there you go. Ha 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 ha. Do you ever get the feeling that you're onto something good? Me too, me too. Now, when we hit this cancel thing here, do you see this? And you can see that just runs close modal, okay? I think we should do something better than that. So I'm going to go to price. Right, let me just show you something. Okay, so here, instead of saying close modal, I'm going to say close item modal. Now, close item modal. Okay, here it is here. So close item modal is going to run down here. And it's going to run restore item form. Then it's going to close modal. So what that means is that if somebody does this, clicks, hits next, now I'm going to cancel, and then they go back it. Oh, you miserable swine. Well, let's just try this again. Do you know what? I think we need to... Okay, I don't know about all of these variables being redeclared over and over, but actually, right, let's just try this. So we're going to open this, hit next, I'm going to hit cancel here. Right, I know exactly what's happened. What has happened is, if I go like this and then hit cancel, aye. So what's happening is we've got two cancel buttons on this thing. So let's find it. Okay, so here's the first cancel button. Now that should just say close modal. There's nothing wrong with that. If we just say close modal, perfect. But once the other price builder comes in, when somebody clicks cancel here, we're going to say close item modal. So there are actually two cancel buttons. Just to be clear, that one's going to close it, and this one takes us back to that. Now, of course, close. We're going to restore the form and then close it, and that should happen so fast you don't even see it flipping back. So if we go like that, hit next, I'm going to hit cancel now, and immediately everything is perfect. So cancel, open, there you go. That's what we're talking about. Oh, hallelujah. Alright. Okay, now that is us dealing with a normal price system, but there are of course special price systems. I told you this was complicated, right? Now, for the special price systems, okay, forgive me, but I really have to do this. Interesting, right? That okay. For whatever reason, it would appear I need these variables here. Fine, fine, fine. Who cares? Who cares? Next, we're going to go back. Alright, fine. So we're going to deal with the special price systems. Here they are here. Now when we do that, it's attempting to open up special prices builder. And I started on that yesterday. It looks like this. So I'm going to copy this. This is a whole bunch of PHP here. And okay. So in here, we're going to add in our special prices builder. I'm saving it. And there it is there. Now, I don't like mixing technologies. Start of special prices builder. Is it 2 or 1? Yeah, we'll do that. And then we'll go down here. We're going to see end of special prices builder. Save and refresh. We're going to view the source. Copy. Let's take a trip to our new favorite website, and that is, of course, I want to show off my extension here before I do this. So that would be this one. This is a fantastic site, and again, all beautifiers are not the same. I can definitely confirm that. So now we're gonna go like this. There you go. Okay, now I think we can clean up a wee bit more. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, we're going to have a little table in here. And okay, so that's the button. The table. Then we've got a button here. Okay, now that looks reasonably readable to me. Alright, so back over to the page, we're going to refresh, we're going to go in, add in, choosing special, next, and there is our special price builder. It's fantasticola. Okay, now we've got 4 buttons here, plus this thing here. Quite frankly, we have a whole lot of work to do here. Now let's take this class of modal title out. It does not help us. And do you see how that says flip price system? Well, of course we're not going to say that. We're going to say restore item form. So what that means is that when we do that and that and that, now I'm going to go previous. There you go. That's what we're talking about. And if we change it to the normal price system, it does that. Isn't that beautiful? That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Alright, now the next thing that we're going to do, I'm going to show you the original site. And hello, we have quite a gang in today. Let me tell you that we have all of the heavyweights are here. The great Smitty. Oh, Dan, I never noticed Dan. Well, can you believe it? We have Jerry, the chef, Dan's stuff. Never even noticed you there, Dan. How are you doing, my friend? Welcome. The great Smitty, who says, do what makes you feel good, always remember that. And he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. He says, have you considered adding refactoring in the new CSS? Oh yeah, man, absolutely. Trongate, Speed Coding Academy 2 is going to be no third-party libraries. Oh, do you mean training refactoring? Ah, dude, man, it's like cleaning the bedroom. It's one of these things, people do it, whether they like it or not, you know? We have to clean up our own dishes, yeah, he's got it. And let's have a look here. Although I just thought a cleaner way would be add refactoring as a project. Do you know something? Maybe that would be a valuable project, but I have to be honest with you, dude. I think it would be boring. You know, I mean, how could you make that interesting? Like, hello folks, here's some boring code. Can you spot why this code is boring? Stuff like that. And I've seen tutorials like that, and I've seen that kind of thing in books, and it always depresses me because I can never see what's wrong with the code, and it basically just damages my self-esteem. And I don't want to damage anyone's self-esteem. I really don't. I want people to feel good. So if you want to do that as a project, God bless you. Maybe for your own course. But I couldn't do a course on how to refactor. Oh geez, it would be so damn boring. Remember folks, we may be making PHP great again, but we are not making ourselves governing bodies, okay? I don't want to be the guy who says here's where your curly brackets go or anything. Absolutely not interested. I don't want to be anyone's leader. I don't want to be anyone's boss. I never want to employ anyone or be in charge of anyone. I don't want to be in charge of you. I don't want to say that my way is the best. Well, it is the best, let's not kid ourselves. No point in false humility. But I don't want to say if you don't do it my way, you're doing it wrong. I don't want to be that guy, you know? This revolution of ours is a revolution without a leader. And it's a revolution that I think is gathering momentum. And I think that you're going to see some awesome things happening over the next week or two, actually. So, here comes, can you believe it, the godfather of speed coding is here, the great Daffa. And enjoyed watching the last stream. Well, you know what was funny about the last two streams? They were frigging disastrous. I was making so many mistakes, and I realised something. Maybe there's value in that, you know? Because there was a couple of people who left comments, and they were like, man, if he makes mistakes, then maybe I'm not so bad. And I thought, yeah, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I make mistakes all the time. So I'm glad you enjoyed it, and thank you so much indeed. And here comes someone. I am programmer. Oh, let me tell you something. I am programmer. Ain't that a name? Direct, efficient. Does what it says on the tin. Welcome, my friend. It's nice to see you. And can you believe it? Jason Hicks is here. I'm always going to say it. I'm always going to say it. He is our resident NASA. I almost said astronaut. Well, NASA, whatever. Employee, engineer, something like that. That's true. It's true. Dan Stuff is in the house. Simon's in the house too. I say your names twice so that it makes me feel as if the place is busy, you know. Refactor an old forum too. Oh, jeez, yeah. Do you know what's funny about forums? I built a forum using CodeIgniter in 2015, and I swear on it, I built it in 2 hours, and it ended up with 5,000 people in it, and it did really well. And I went and attempted to rebuild one with Trongate, and it's the only time where I was slower with Trongate. It's the only time, because it ended up taking about 4 or 5 days, and I was never happy with it. And I've realised what the mistake was. Do you know what the mistake was? It's exactly what we've been talking about today. Mixing technologies. Mixing technologies is a mugs game. So when I did the one in 2015, I was all PHP. And I built the thing in 2 hours. When I did the TronGate one, I was trying to mix in all sorts of fancy JavaScript shenanigans and refreshing pages and all that without people doing stuff, and just far too complicated, you know. That was the mistake, and in fact, it's something that I've been thinking about a lot for Speed Coding Academy too. And in fact, I think this leads us to a little vote here. So we're going to have a wee vote, if that's okay with you. So here is today's question. It's really for Speed Coding Academy people, or anyone who's interested in Speed Coding Academy. Oh jeez, Jason, if you can get NASA to use TronGate, I will send you a topless picture of my Lady Wonder wench. You can have that, okay? And I'm telling you, man, she's absolutely racked, okay? So how's that for commerce? How's that for e-commerce in the year of 2021? I tell you, man, I'm gonna you know, it's quite incredible. My Lady Wonder wench, you know, it's an amazing thing that we are together, and I think it's really proof that it's possible for somebody to punch way above their weight. It really is. I wake up every day and I say, how the heck did this happen? Such an amazing thing when somebody appears who's just stunningly attractive and who goes out with somebody who's kind of normal looking. And that's definitely the case with my Lady Wonder wench. And I have to tell you, I am so damn stunning. I'm so attractive every day. I think to myself, it's great that I do date normal looking people. And there is your other there's your other daily motivation for the day. Yeah. So that would indeed be awesome, and I'll tell you what, you can share it with the gang, founding members only, right? I have to say, don't worry, she'll be cool with this. She's from France, you know, and it's a part of the world, not that all French people are like this, but let me tell you something, man. Well, you go to those French beaches and you wear clothes, you are the odd one out, that's for sure. Maybe I should draw a veil over it and leave the conversation at that. But she would be laughing, right? She'll definitely be laughing, actually. So that's my pledge, Jason. You get the NASA thing. You get NASA using TronGate. You will have a topless picture of my Lady Wonder wench. And you can exchange it with a couple of people in this room if you want. As long as they're founding members or early adopters. There you go. She would laugh. Don't worry. 11 years we've been together, you know. Okay, so now we can all pressure Jason. You see, folks, I always said I will use every technique and every means at my disposal, both fair and unfair. Together we shall change an industry. Now, another thing that's on my mind, by the way, when I watch other live streams, they've got these really cool screens and stuff with all flashing images and stuff, and I'm looking at this thing that's just a constant attack on my self-esteem. If anybody knows how I can get a nice screen with nice things and still looking at you folks chatting, please do let me know. What else are we going to say? Oh yeah, I had a vote. For SCA2, should JavaScript be a fundamental and thoroughly taught, integrated vibe, or should it be treated as icing on the cake? Hang on. This is how... Yeah. Should it be treated as icing on the cake? Which basically means a little bit here and there, but don't go too deep. Okay, that's my vote of the day, okay? Please vote now and let me know what you think. We are calling a vote, and I've even got a picture for it. Please vote now. That's right, folks. Please vote now. Now, we'll call them option 1 and option 2, okay? And I would love to know your feedback. And as you are voting, I'll just elaborate on the question a wee bit. So, for about 15 years, I never knew JavaScript. And I used to hire JavaScript developers. Actually, you've met one of them. I used to hire Derek, and I had another guy by the name of David Matthews that I would hire. And I was fine. You know, you can get by without JavaScript, and I built shops and apps and everything. PHP and HTML was enough. So you can do that. You don't really need JavaScript to build the kind of apps that we're building here. However, if you really are, well, let's just say competent at JavaScript, then that combined with PHP, you can build anything at all, you know. Now, I've had this thing in my mind which is a wee bit of a conflict for a long time, which is, should I do JavaScript and PHP of equal weight, let's say? Right, Dan has just answered. Or should I focus on PHP and treat JavaScript as icing on the cake, you know? Now, I know that Dan, by the way, has as much experience as you could ever hope for. Dan, I mean, he knows game development and everything. So we have to keep in mind that Dan is a little bit of a heavyweight here. That's right. We have people in our midst who have, I'd say, over 20 years experience. Now, I don't know what your own number is, Dan, but I know that you do know your way around a keyboard. And of course, DAFA's the same. We've got our NASA engineer. I tell you what, man, what is the average IQ of this room? What is the average IQ? Anyway, at least somebody voted. At least somebody expressed an opinion. And here comes Simon. Thank you very much indeed. He says PHP rules, but JS should be taught equally to balance both sides. Well, I say that, Dan, because I know that you're from an engineering background, and I know that you were talking about building a game with game engines and stuff, and I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything. But I did buy a book about game development, and I'm looking forward to tuning into that. And there you have it. I think Jason has just given that one the tombstone. He says, I agree with Dan. Unfortunately, as much as I love PHP, JavaScript's the de facto standard. Okay, thank you so much. The vote is closed. Thank you so much indeed, folks. God bless you. God bless you all. So let me get a wee swig of my coffee and we'll move on. By the way, did you see the news module? It's friggin' amazing. I made it yesterday. Let me show you the news module. This is going on to the module marketplace today, and here's what it looks like. Okay, that was garbage. I'll show you it later. Just trust me, it's really, really good, okay? Yeah, I got the hacks book. That's right, I got the hacks book, and I'm so excited about it. I'm so excited about it. If I was going to design a programming language, it would look like hacks. and it would be like hacks. And you know, one of the things that I realised, folks, here's your thought of the day, right? Here is your thought of the day. Now, on Trongate, I was saying for a long time, the world's first V1 forever framework, and I like that line. I think I'm going to say that again, actually. Okay, so let's just, well, we'll change it later on. And I was thinking, well, can I actually guarantee that? Because somebody could change PHP and blah, 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 blah. And then I thought, well, hang on a minute. If people like the hacks team can make this programming language that compiles for anything, then surely I could write something that could do a little fix if PHP decide to be shysters and they break something. So absolutely, I think we can do this. Let's call it the world's first V1 forever PHP framework. I'm going to have another vote if that's okay. Thank you so much, Simon. God bless you. God bless you. And Dan ordered that book too. Well, Dan, please let me know how you get on with it. But look out, here comes another vote. It's not just coding. We talk, we plan. It's the epicenter of the web development revolution. So here comes the next vote. So I'm going to say I'm launching Trongate maybe tonight or tomorrow. At the moment, the big headline on Trongate.io just says, finally. What do you think the headline should say? And please don't be offended if your answer doesn't get picked. Vote now. Vote now, folks. Okay, we're trying to... Okay, I'm really struggling. There you go. We're going to have another little vote. If you could just let me know what you think. Now, once again, please do not be offended when your idea doesn't get picked. Not if, when. Okay? I'm telling you in advance, your idea's not going to get picked. That way, we all have low expectations. So, we're launching Trongate tomorrow. What should the headline say? Just let me know if you can think of anything. Now, with your permission, I think this is a good time to think about prices here. So let's bring this back. Alright. Been watching wee bits of this Rittenhouse trial, man. This whole story really bothers me. It really bothers me. I don't know, I don't want to go political on you, but the idea of a 17-year-old running around with a rifle, that does not sit right with me. It never will, regardless of the legalities, you know. Can you imagine if that was somebody in your family? Anyway, I shouldn't go there. I am not a political guy, and I don't care who you vote for. As long as you keep on coding, then you'll be fine. Mind you, I make no secret of the fact that I think Donald Trump was awesome. And by the way, I've lived long enough on this planet to see how this all pans out, because you see all of those characters that are saying Donald Trump's the worst thing ever. You wait and see. A little bit of time passes, everybody's going to look back and say, oh, if only we could have him. I know how this stuff works. Anyway, vote for whomever you like. I'm definitely not a political guy, and I do not vote, okay? Alright. Oh, right, they're coming in now, and the ideas are fantastic. The great Stephen Millie says, finally, the framework that makes PHP great again. I love that. I love that. What a fantastic one. And here comes Dan. Here's what you have been waiting for. That's so cool. Well, you know the funny thing, it's probably a little bit abrasive, but I was thinking of the bullshit years are over. PHP is back. A PHP framework for everyone. Yeah, that's good, that's good. Finally, a PHP framework for everyone. That is good. I like that as well. I think these are fantastic suggestions. Thank you so much. Meditate and reflect on these, we shall. There's some great answers there. I love that. Okay. Right. Please do keep on typing. You can have more than one idea if you want. I'm sounding like a YouTuber here. Smash the like. As if that's going to make a difference at this stage. Alright. Now, there is something else that we are going to do. If we look at the original site here, you can see that we've got a bunch of items here, right? There you go. These are menu items. But you can also see, if you look really closely, that you only have one bunch of menu items on display at any given moment. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do a little commit here. Why not? Alright, so here's your vibe. Oh, we've already done it. Right, do you see how we've got this menu items? And it's an empty array. This is going to be absolutely critical to this whole thing. Right? Now, what we're going to do is take a little trip to our API. We're going to go to API, Explorer, Menu, Items, and look at the glorious endpoints. Oh, is this not the greatest framework ever? Now, what we want to do is probably some kind of GET request. Making sure my sound's okay. Yeah, probably some kind of GET request. And if I just take you to PHP My Admin here, I'm going to go to databases. Here's our menu items. And you can see that we've got a priority and we've got a menu category ID. So we could do potentially a little get by post, and we could say something like menu category ID. Now it doesn't really matter what we put in. I mean, okay. Okay, so this one has got an ID of 4. So over on the API Explorer, we can say that the ID is 4 and then we can add in order by, and we're just going to say priority. That's what we're talking about. And so this is a get by post endpoint here, and that's what that's going to do. Okay, so there's a couple of things that I'd like to do. I'm going to search for jQuery UI loading spinner. Okay, whatever is going on with that, it ain't helping me. So let's think here. Probably. Right, I'll take a wee trip to let's take a wee trip to CodePen. Font. Awesome. Spinner. Alright. I'm looking for a wee spinner here. You know? Okay, I like this one. I like that one. Now, if I take a wee trip, let's just say here. Ah, well look, that wee thing spins by itself. That is the coolest thing ever. Never even seen it before. Okay. Alright, well with that being the case then, right, you see this special price builder table, and it's got a wee X in here, right? I'm gonna go like that. I'm gonna refresh. I'm gonna go like that, add menu item. Now check this out. If we go to special prices next, you see that this thing is turning. Ah, geez, it's a bit slow though, isn't it? Oh gee. I wonder if this does, like, does this spin with anything? Is that how that works? Seems to be. Well, if that's the case, alright, I'll go with this one. So this is the circle. So when we do that, and that, and that. It's not quite happening. Well, let's see if we can do something about this. I'm going to say FA spin, Font size, we'll make it 36 pixels. Okay, now I'm going to say that the color is a variable, and the variable is do we have variables on this? I don't think we have. So let's just make up a color. Alright, what I'll do is I'll say primary darker. Okay, go like that and that. Yeah, that's kind of good. I like that. Now, this is also going to have a margin 0 auto, so that's going to center it. Haha, so much for that. So what we'll do then is we'll just say loading special prices. I suppose I could make this an ID. Okay, so we'll go here. I'm going to say loading special prices. I'll give it a little background color. For the moment, I'm just going to say it's yellow. Okay, so we're going to say display is flex, direction is row, justify content, center, align item center. Now the reason why I'm doing this flex business is because I find it to be a wee bit more robust than text align and stuff like that, you know? It just seems to be fairly solid. So we'll do that, and I'll also say that the margin is going to be 33 pixels at 0. So the 33 obviously refers to the top and bottom, and the 0 refers to the left and right. That's perfect. That's perfect. Alright, now let's think about our menu items here, right? You can see that when I want to load this page, I have to click a whole bunch of stuff, and it's a wee bit of a drag. So since we're going to be working on this, let's build a wee script. Pardon me. Let's build a wee script that's going to automatically bring that pop-up thing up. That will save me from having to click around for ages, you know. So we're going to wait maybe half a second. And then in half a second, here's what we're going to do. First thing we're going to do is we're going to click this thing here. So the way that you do that is you inspect, and then you grab the thing that you're going to click. So it's this panel heading, right? Now we can say, we can go like this: var target element is document get elements by class name. It's panel heading. We want the first one, so we say 0. Then we say target element dot click. Now if I refresh the screen, do you see how it just opens itself It saves me from having to click it. There you go. Now, I suppose I could call that panel heading, right? So there you go, and there we go. Okay, the next thing that we're going to click is this thing. So we inspect, and you say, right, well, how can I get this? Well, one way is if you right click, copy selector, and we're going to say var add menu button equals. Now another way to select something is to use a thing called query selector, and if we just paste in whatever we got there, well, then we can say add menu button dot click. So if we refresh, it's going to open. Okay, so that's saying it's not defined. So what we have to do then is add in a little time delay here. So we'll add in another set timeout. Maybe we'll wait a second. Call it that. Okay, here we go. Alright, why is that freaking out? Why is that freaking out? Alright, let's try again. We're going to inspect. Copy that selector. Okay, let's go again. Ah, typo. It's this. Alright, here we go. There you go. Now, I wonder if we can get rid of this set timeout. Now that probably won't work, but let's just try it. Okay, lesson learned. So we do need to wait a wee bit of time because there's some movement on the page. So we'll bring this down to 1 second. So here we go. There you go. So the next thing that we're going to click is this next button here. So once again, we'll do a little set timeout for that. Maybe we'll wait like 1.5 seconds. Now we'll call this the next button. Okay, next button. And again, we're going to right click, inspect. It's as easy as this, folks. You just right click on the inspector, you copy the selector, and then you say query selector, blah 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 blah. I've only recently started using that, and I think it's an easier way than all of the get elements by class name bullshit. So there you go, did you see that? Now, I actually made a wee bit of a mistake there, because there's something else I want to do before I click it. I want to click this here. In fact, here's what we can do with this. We can just say document dot get element by ID of that one, and I'm just going to say dot value equals 2. So it's as if I've selected the special prices, and there you go. So there you go, right? So that's going to save me a whole bunch of time when I'm building this thing. Remember the tricks of the trade, folks. When you build something fancy, you make it small, you know? Is that right? Nah. Let's go down a wee bit. Okay, there you go. Alright. So, The framework that doesn't suck. Okay, I have to say that might be my favourite. The UI is looking nice. Thank you so much, Nathan. The idea just came. Oh, we've actually got a few. Smash the like and hit the bell button. Yeah. Finally, for everyone, the PHP framework. Yeah, I love that one. Geez, you're on form today, man. No more rewriting. I love that. I love the capital letters and all that. PHP as it's meant to be, a framework for everyone. I like that. I like that for sure. These are really great. Oh geez, you have some. Right, so let's have a look then. What else have we got? I'm a bit lost. Open the gate for the future. I like that, but it's a wee bit indirect, if you know what I mean, and I don't know, vague. I like the other one you had. Where is it? No more rewriting is awesome. I like direct, you know. The framework that makes PHP great again. Let's see what else. Create a custom built app for clients, e-commerce sites. A unique USP. I'll need to read that one again. A code generator. Well, I'll tell you, I did have something that I wanted to build, but I don't think, I came to the conclusion that people would hate it. But I was planning on building at one point a voice generation feature for the Songate desktop app. And the idea is you'd say build an online shop, and it would say pick a colour or choose a design, and you'd say I'll take that one. And then it'd say what's your PayPal address, you'd say I'd take that one, and so on. And it would build a shop by voice. I am so glad I never built that, because already the Laravel people are like this. Oh, that's not a framework. What would they have been like if I had built that? We would have been hated. Oh, we would have been absolutely hated. So I'm glad I never built that. But maybe in the future, a web development nirvana. Simon, you're in a very deep mood today. I'm loving it. PHP research. That's the line. That's the line. The revolution has arrived. The PHP framework for the rock and rollers. Yeah. Yep. Definitely. Well, I think Mick Jagger is about the average age of a Speed Coding Academy member, so that actually fits in pretty well. Which is cool, you know, which is absolutely cool. I've always said it, I was a mediocre developer for 19 years. 19 years. And then one day I woke up and I thought, I'm tired of being mediocre. From now on, if I don't understand anything, I'm blaming the tutor. And it changed everything. Alright, so these are absolutely fantastic. Okay, now let's see here. Right, I'll tell you where I am. I love the stuff that's direct. Given the fact, I want to just explain something, mansplain something to the group, okay? Here in the UK we have a royal family, and sometimes people like to worship them. Well, my royal family is not that bunch of people in England. My royal family, and our royal family, is actually... Excuse me folks, I've spilled something. Alright, I think I got away with it. I've got this water distiller here, and the wee drip thing had missed the hole, and it was all over the floor and everything, and there's all plugs and sockets and everything here, so we've had a good clean in the house today, I'll tell you that. Alright, so as I was saying, our royal family is the Indian developers, because Indian developers are great in numbers, and they're all being basically in so many words told to F off by everybody else. And if we can get Indian developers liking this framework, then it means that we can get them to give us GitHub stars. And if they give us GitHub stars, and if they come on board in the numbers that they're capable of, we can have the most popular server-side framework in the world. So this is why every time I see an Indian developer, I'm just like, okay, what would you like? You know, they are the secret weapon that are going to make the difference with this framework, you know. And I see Indian developers as being really instrumental in all of this. And so when it comes to headlines, I want like something simple, assuming it's like people that may not speak English as a first language, do you know what I mean? Have to keep it really simple. I just thought I'd say that. Right, okay, so let's refresh this page here, and as you can see, now we're getting here, and that's perfect, okay? So that saves me a whole bunch of clicking around. Is everybody okay in the room? Had a wee soak in there, but I think we're all right. Engineered for success. A revolutionary. These are great. Okay, I'm definitely going to be choosing some of the bits and pieces from this. Thank you. Thank you so much. I like it. Right, so here's what we're going to do now. We're going to build a little API. Or more accurately, if you think about the original site, these are being read from an API, and we've got update, we've got delete, and we've got create, right? So basically, it's going to be create menu item, update menu item, delete menu item, and of course fetch menu items. We'll do the fetch one first, right? So we have 4 of these to make. Now I'm using pure JavaScript here, so pure JavaScript looks a wee bit like this, and we're going to go like this. Going to say function fetch menu items. All right, so here's how we do this. The first thing we're going to do is right, I'm going to say return, and I'm going to console.log fetching. And then here, where all of this stuff happens, we're going to have a 2-second gap. And after 2 seconds, we're going to run fetch menu items. There you go, right? Fetch. So we're oh geez, do you know something? I'm wrong. Everything that I said about menu items, pardon me, it's the special prices. So it's menu item special prices. That's what it is. Okay. Alright. Okay, here we go then. So it's going to be the thing there. So we'll call it fetch menu item special prices. Now this is going to take in a menu item ID. And I'm going to just say fetching for menu item ID. Now let's just assume that the menu item ID is going to be, let's assume it's going to be 1, right? So what's going to happen now is when we refresh, I'll keep this console open. Okay. Of course, it's fetch menu. Actually, we'll call it just fetch special prices. Fetch item special prices. There you go. Fetch item special prices. Here we go again. So the thing loads. There you go. It says fetching for 1, okay? Now, we're going to go to the database, and it's menu items special prices. Here we go. Okay, now we've got a get by post here, and if you look at the database table, you can see that we've got an item ID, and then well, that's basically all we need, right? So let's just go something like that. I'll chuck in our item ID, something like that. There you go. Okay, so this is our API endpoint that we want to go to. So we're going to say that the target URL is this little beauty here. Okay, we're going to post a token, and we're going to have some parameters. So we're going to say var params equals, and it's going to be item ID, which is going to be set to menu item ID. Alright, so json.stringify params. Now just before we send it, I'm going to say console.log token, console.log target URL, console.log json.stringify params. This autocomplete is shite. And console.log token target URL params. I think that's all I need. We'll do a little return, okay? So back over to the page, gonna refresh. There you go, okay? Now the fact that we're getting that on the screen puts us in a wonderful position. I'm gonna go flat out here. I'm the slowest JavaScript programmer ever. I never figured out how to do JavaScript quickly, but I'm gonna try. So this is going to be the most intense hour you've ever seen out of me as far as JavaScript goes. Deep breath, look up to the left, smile. Look up to the right, smile. Everything is perfect. Everything is perfect. So this is Postman, which of course was recently bought for $220 million. And they want their money back, so they're going to give me this, and I'm going to dismiss. been thinking a lot about promotions and prices and all stuff like that. I remember saying to Simon a while ago, I'm going to increase the price of Speed Coding Academy to $2,000. And the whole idea, of course, is you do, $2,000, then you do a deal and all of that stuff. Typical kind of internet marketing stuff. Udemy does it. But I've given it some thought, and I really like the idea of just no bullshit pricing. Why not just say, here's what it's worth, no promos, no discounts, nothing, there you go. I kind of like that, So anyway, there we go. Now, let's have a wee look at our menu items special prices. We're going to look at assets, API.json. You can see that an administrator is allowed to do this, right? And as you can see, it's returning an empty array. Perfect. So what we're going to do is, I think I'm going to add some test items in. So let's just say insert. So we'll just manually insert, right? And I'm just going to say small portion, say it's a bag of chips, right? So a small portion might be, let's call it £99, the most expensive bag of chips ever. Alright, let's go with medium. Make the medium $199. There you go. And then we'll just do the large one. Oh, that should have been one. Okay. So as we browse this, I'm going to edit. Make that a 2. Hit go. Okay. So here we go again. We're going to go back to this endpoint and hit send. And as you can see, now we have a wee bit of data. We can format it as well. Did you know that? I chose JSON there. So back over to our site. Pardon me. Right. We're going to say okay. So we're going to say HTTP on load is going to do a function. Now I'm going to say, do you remember how we had an array at the top called menu items? Okay, menu items. So what we're going to do is we're going to say if HTTP status is 200, so if everything is okay, then menu items is going to be json.parse HTTP response, I think it's response body. Now I'm going to console.log menu items.length, and if that gives me a result, it's going to be a good sign for us here. Okay, so json.parse HTTP response text it's called. Okay, here we go again. Now it's saying undefined, so that is an irritation. I'm going to console.log HTTP status. Just want to make sure we've got that. Okay, now I'm going to console.log http.response text. Okay, that's good. So let's just say var response text is that, and then we're going to say json.parse response text. That was a typo. Can you believe it? There you go. So we've now got our items, right? So at that point, we are going to say draw, menu, items, and if we have a look at the FA spin thing, okay, so it's actually special prices, so we'll call it draw special prices table. Okay, draw special prices table. So I'm going to go alright, so we'll call it draw special prices. I'll call it TBL like that, right? But another thing that I want to do is I'm going to take this thing here and give it a display of none. So I'm going to say actually we can do it this way, and I'm just going to say loading special prices dot style dot display is none. Okay, we can go like this, draw special right, that's fine, and that worked. It got rid of the spinner, right? So now we're going to draw our special prices table. Here we go. So we're going to say function draw special prices table. Now again, if I take you back up to FA spin, you can see that we've got a special price builder table container here. So what we're going to do is we're going to say that. Now let me just say inner HTML equals hello. I just want to see it working, right? Just want to see it working. Okay, that had no effect at all. Let me go back up. Alright, so when I'm not sure if something's talking, one of the tricks I like to do is say style opacity is 0.2. It just kind of cuts through, and it's... Oh, do you know what? I've just realised. No. I'll tell you what, let's just try this. Okay, that's cool. Now let me keep this thing in here so I can see the table. Okay, we're going to inspect. Special price builder table dot style. Let's try background color equals yellow. I need to get this table talking to me. Alright, so there's something. Okay, we're going to try something else. Instead of giving this a display type of none, here's what we're going to do. We're going to say that the target element is this. And we've got this wee while loop, and that's going to basically clear the contents of that thing. hold on. Inspect. Do I need to do a hash symbol there? Well, I do apologise for this bullshit. Okay. var element ID is special price builder TBL element ID It's a real drag when you do something right and it doesn't work, you know? Alright, here we go. Okay, it's... Do you know what? I meant to do that. I'm an idiot. There it is. Right, okay. Okay, that's good. So, instead of hiding things and all of that, we're actually clearing the contents there. That's what that does, right? If I was to right click and look inside, the price builder table would be empty. And in fact, we can actually save a line of code like that. Thank you very much indeed. And there we go. Okay, so perfect, perfect, perfect. Right, so now we're in the business of building our table, and here's how it's going to go. If we have a look at the original site here, and I'm going to see if I can find something with special prices. If we take this for example, there you go, right? So we've got a description, cost, and then an action of remove, right? So we're going to say var special prices table is document dot create element. It's going to be a table. We're going to say var special prices table top row is document create element of tr. I'm going to say special prices table dot append child of special prices table top row, so that joins the row on, right? Then I'm going to say var special prices table th1 is document create element th, which is obviously a table header. Then we're going to say table heading 1 dot inner HTML equals, and it's the word description. Then we say the top row is going to append child of special blah 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 I've got some really stupid variable names here. But we're going to do the next one. And the next one. So it's cost and action. So we'll call this one 2. And this one 3. We're going to say cost. We're going to say action. There you go. And each one of those is being added to the row, and the row has already been added to the table. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take the target element and append child, and the child is going to be the special prices TBL. Alright, so if we now go back and refresh this, there you go. Now of course we can also I think I'm going to add a wee bit of a margin on this. So we can say target L dot style dot margin top equals that. So here we go again. There you go. Looks good, right? Looks pretty good. So now that that's done, we're going to say for, and the autocomplete is so friggin' shit. Oh god, it's so bad, this autocomplete. Anyway, what we're looking at here is menu items. So we're going to say menu items dot length, and we're going to do something like that. Alright, so for each and every menu item, we are going to build a row like that. So we'll call it price row. Okay, in fact, let's just shorten these stupid big variable names. So price row, okay, and instead of a th, it's going to be a td, and the inner HTML is going to be menu items I, and then for each and every one of those we've got like a description, then we've got a price. Now I'll keep the action thing in for just a second, right? Let's just refresh. There you go. Doesn't that look beautiful? Now I think we will add a wee margin downstairs as well. So if we go like that and add a 0, here we go. There you go. Oh, it looks so damn good. Now looking at the original one, yeah, everything's not too bad. It's not too bad at all. But with the action one, which is this last one here, I'm going to say special blah blah blah. I'm going to say set attribute class is text center. Okay, I want the button in the middle. Oh, actually it already is. We'll do that for the H thing. So here's our thing. Okay. So keep an eye on the action thing. There it is. See that? That is absolutely perfect. Alright. So now we're going to add in a remove button here. So we're going to go like this. I'm going to do this the long way. I'm going to say var remove button is document create element of button. I'm going to say remove button set attribute setting an attribute with a class of danger. There you go. I'm going to say remove button dot inner HTML equals, we're going to have a little icon with a class of FA trash, like that, and then we're just going to say the word remove. There you go. So that's our button, right? Then we're going to say for this one append child of remove button. So here it comes. There you go. That's what we're talking about. Oh, hallelujah. Now we're going to add a little delete special price thing here. So we're going to say remove button set attribute on click, and it's going to run delete special price. And inside here, we're going to pass in menu items that's our index ID, okay? So we're going to be building a thing for delete special price. Let's head downstairs. And maybe we'll have it here. Delete special price. Now this is going to take in a price ID, and I'm going to just alert the price ID. That'll do us, okay? So here we go. It's going to draw the thing. So I'm going to click, and there you go. It says 1, 2, and so on, okay? Now, how's that all going to work? How is that going to work? I think yeah, I think we should take a trip to the API here. Now this is our special prices, and we've got a thing called delete one. Here it is, right? And this is the URL, right? So we can copy all of this stuff here. We're going to go like that, okay? And this is really just a URL that we go to. So the URL is something like this, and we're going to add on that all important price ID. Okay, so we're going to do that. That's going to delete the thing, and then we're going to fetch the special prices again. Okay. However, I think that even before that happens, I'm gonna build special prices loader. Okay. So what this is going to do is we're going to take this target element I'm going to clear it. Now I'm going to just console.log loading. So if we go back, I'm going to click, and you see that it says loading, right? So what we want to do then is I'm going to go to the bit with the FA spin. Here it is here. I'm going to copy this. And the idea is I'm going to use JavaScript to dynamically build that. So I'm going to say var spinner container is document, you miserable swine, create element, it's a div. We're going to say spinner container dot set attribute ID is going to be loading special prices. Then we're going to say spinner container inner HTML, and we'll chuck in this stuff. And finally, target element append child of the spinner container. This is a really slow way of coding, but when it works, it's brilliant, because you get these pages that are really fast loading. There you go, see that? Isn't that fantastic? And so see, when we fetch the special prices, right, I'm going to just do return here, right? So when we go like this, nothing's happening, right? So what we want to do now is add that here, the special prices loader. Check it out. There you go, see the loader? Now that was dynamically built that time. So when we draw the special prices, it clears the thing out. I mean, it's just fantastic. Have a look at this. Right, so boom, there's our loader back. It's brilliant. Right, okay, so we're talking about deleting the special prices. We're going to go like this. Okay, so that's going to delete the special prices, and then once we've done that, we're going to call upon fetch special prices. Now there's a menu item ID here. Damn. Right, one moment. Fetch. Fetch item special prices. Right, I see what's happening. Okay, so right, you can see that we've just hard coded that in. So what we're going to do then is, you see this menu item ID? I'm going to add that right upstairs. So menu item ID is 1. And what that means is that we can take this out of here. So when we come to this fetching of special prices, there you go. Okay, and after we've deleted we're gonna go like that and take this out, and I think you'll find that this works perfectly. So here comes some special prices. I'm going to delete the large portion. Well, nearly. Let's try again. Okay, we'll try again. Delete. Okay, now we need to activate that API endpoint. So we're going to find the delete one endpoint, which is here, and we're going to add in a little bit of authorization. Okay, here we go. There it is. And it's so quick, you know. It's so quick. Now, as you see that blink, I don't even really think we need that. I don't think we need it. So we'll just keep it. Who cares? Who cares? So that's us now able to do that, right? Now, if we have no special prices, did you see how we had no special prices? Well, if that's the case, we're going to say if menu items dot length is equivalent to 0, then we're just going to take that target element and say dot style dot display is none. And that's going to give us that. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Okay, now once again, I'll just quickly add a few items into. In fact, okay, we'll do a wee for loop. Okay, menus, fix, we'll just say for, give me a break. So apparently a for loop is too fucking complicated for this autocomplete, you know? Alright. So what we'll do is we'll say that the price is going to be 10, and here we're going to say data I'll just increment. Alright, now looking at the table, we've got an item ID, a description and a price. So I'll just say data item ID is 1, data description, well, I can just make that a random string, and then I'm just going to say this model insert into, and the name of the table is this. Okay, so what that's going to allow me to do is just quickly re-add if I want to do stuff like that. For example, there you go. So if we load this page up, there's all of our prices, and we're never going to have that many prices. It's just never ever going to happen. So okay, cool. So okay, we'll refresh. Okay, we'll add in some items. Have another wee refresh. Right, that does kind of irritate me. I must admit it does, you know. So what I think I'm gonna do is just take this build special prices off. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So what that means is that it looks as if nothing's happening, but of course I did just delete one here. So what we want to do then is select this row with JavaScript, and remember today's tip of the day. Well, we can take this table row. Let's go to the bit that builds the table, right? So do you see how we've got the price row? We can say price row dot set attribute special price ID. No, pardon me. We're going to give it an ID of special price ID, little hyphen, and we're going to join on menu items ID. Perfect. So what that means is that when we delete a special price, we can just say var target element ID is going to be this thing here, and then we can just say document target element ID remove. I can probably even do that up here. Why not? Why not? Okay, so that should get rid of that blink that we had. So if I hit remove, you miserable swine, target element is not defined. Well, of course it's target element ID. So here we go again. There you go. Do you see that? And that really is working. It is deleting them. It's just that we've lost the blink. Now, of course, when we delete them, we're going to say if menu items dot length is equivalent to 0. So what are we going to do? That's right, kids. We are going to hide the table. So if the thing is 0, we're going to go like that, and we're going to say dot style dot display is none. Okay? So nothing doing, but let's build in some table entries. Okay, glad we made that. Now here comes the thing again. There you go. Now we're going to delete. Okay, everything's looking beautiful here. Now if we refresh, you'll see that those deletes really have happened. And at the point when we get to nothing left, you miserable swine. Do you know what? That should probably go here. Alright. Okay, so we'll build up this stuff again. We'll go like this. Okay, we're going to clear. Oh, can you believe it? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Menu items dot length is not the one. It's that is not menu items. How could I be so damn stupid? No, that's not. It's special prices. Holy moly, I'm an idiot. Okay, that's fine now. So what we'll do is we're fetching the special prices. Right, it's special prices is that. Draw special prices. Now we're looking at the not menu items, that was a mistake. There you go. So that's good. Right, I actually imagine getting the variable name mixed up. There you go. Right, so here's what we're going to do. At the point of delete, everything looks good here. Everything looks, well, kinda good. However, when we delete a special price, what we're going to do is we're going to basically recalibrate or reset this special prices array here, like this. Okay, so if we now do a little console.log, we can say new special prices length is, and I'm going to say special prices dot length. Okay, now we want to take the (947). Okay. Alright, so we want to go like that. And let's just give this a wee try, right? So, nothing doing. We're going to refresh here. Okay. Special prices length is undefined. Holy shit. And of course, JavaScript is an asshole when it comes to removing from arrays. There's about 5 ways of doing it, and they're all crap. So, but I'm going to have to look this up. 9 ways of doing it. Okay, we're going to do this splice method. So I'm gonna guess that nah, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Instead, we're gonna do something else. I just don't like how JavaScript has difficulty with these things that are really basic for everybody else, you know? But what we could do is, I'll make a thing called reduce array, or actually reduce special prices, and we're going to have a deleted ID in here. Alright, so I'm going to say for, and again it's there you go. God. Right, so the name of this array is special prices. Special prices. Okay. Now, let's say var reduced special prices is an empty array. Now, if special prices ID does not equal the deleted ID, then reduce special prices push special prices I. Finally, special prices horrible code, right? Okay, special prices count is now special prices dot length. Okay, let's try that. Oh, delete ID is not defined, so it's here we go again. 17, 17, 17. Ah, you fucking idiots. Okay. Jeez. Okay, ID. What else have we got? Deleted ID. Deleted ID. Okay. Let's try something. Okay, so if it does not match, we add it on. But if it does match, let's try this. Well, there's a match, you know. Fucking hell, man. Type of special prices ID. Type of deleted ID. Is this some type bullshit getting in the way? String number, string number, string number. Damn it. Well, do I have to do this with JavaScript? Seven, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. Okay, so let's go up here. Go like this. I know that is an awkward way to do things, but I've dealt with deleting with JavaScript or deleting items from arrays with JavaScript before, and JavaScript 100% has got issues with this, and I've wasted time like figuring why the hell is JavaScript, and it's because if you want to get technical, JavaScript does not have garbage collection, you know, so you're not really able to destroy objects, and it just causes problems. So I'm happy with my wee workaround here, and I think that works just fine. So now we can clean this up. Okay, good. We can clean this up as well. And we don't really need to do anything upon onload. There you go. So now we have that stuff. If we want to add in some sample special prices, here they come. And we can just delete like this. There's no more blink on the page. And the table is going to disappear when I get to 0. There you go. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. Now, we've got previous, next, we've got submit, we've got a cancel here. The cancel does not work. So, let's see if we can do something about that. So for the cancel button, we're going to restore the item form. Here we go. So we're going to hit cancel. There you go. Next. Cancel. Normal prices. Next. Back. Special prices. Perfect. Let's update the database. We're going to go back. Normal. Special prices. Alright, that's cool. That's pretty cool. Now, I'm interested in knowing what was the thing that caused fetch the special prices to work. I can't remember what the trigger was. Fetch Here it is, fetch items, special prices. And what I think we did is we just, I just added it after a set time out. And I suppose, you know, it's kind of okay. I'll keep it for the moment, but allow me to build a fetch. Right, build special prices. One moment. Okay, I'm going to add in a little pound symbol here, because I am in the land of hope and glory, you know. Cool. Oh, that actually broke stuff. But I think we can accommodate that. Here we go. There you go. And that's not too bad, you know. Not too bad. Alright, so we can go cancel. Oh, that was not what I wanted. Cancel, you miserable swine. That was not what I wanted. Yeah, it's actually close item modal is what we want. There you go. So when we hit cancel here, and then okay, what on earth is this? Okay, fine. Whatever. So let me just sort the navigation out. So if we cancel, it's going to close this form. Okay, that's perfect. And if we hit previous, previous is going to take us back. Next is going to take us forward. Okay, brilliant. Right, that's awesome. So what we need to do then is get our submit special price feature working. So let's just take a wee note of this, right? Submit special price. Now, once we've got that working, then we're gonna aye. Aye. In fact, we're going to submit a menu item without a special price. Now, then that is going to draw one of them on. So then we're going to have to, oh geez, it's going to take ages. Build big menu items table, which is the one that's behind here. We're going to have to build that. Then when you hit update, set the, I think it's the menu item ID. So it's something like that. So then we're going to do update item, normal pricing. Then we're going to do submit special prices for item. Then, oh geez. Remove item feature. Then sort. And delete entire category. That's it. That's what I need to do. Now the moment I've done that, then I've basically got this thing, all of the difficult stuff is done. The question I have to ask myself is, do I want to do this now? Or do I want to finish and launch the framework? Now, given the fact that I've had an email for the guy and he's wondering how his site's doing, I think I might have to just finish this, unfortunately. It's 4 o'clock, so I'm in two minds. No, I think I'll finish this. And we're launching the framework tomorrow. Tomorrow we will launch the framework. Alright. So, we have a few people in the house today. Who we got here? What's the name? It's Strongate, that's right. Where can I find? Aha! I see you put lots of hours into these projects. I wonder how you make money to live. I don't make too much, but thankfully some good. One, two. Do you know I've been babbling away like an idiot? And I never realised that my mic was unplugged. Hello to you, Gear. Nice to see you. And hello to everybody who's joining us. We had a wee question there. How do I make money to live? Well, I'm being paid for this one. The one that I'm working on, you know. So this is a real project. This is a commercial project right here. And of course, I have people who have... Fortunately, some people bought Speed Coding Academy, and that has kept me going as well, you know. I'm basically a very lucky guy. The next question is, what else have we got here? I wonder how you support multi-language support. Are you talking about developers who don't know English? Oh, I'm not sure. Yeah. Well, I think that the thing about DOM manipulation without page reloads is okay, but I think there are actually a variety of reasons why JavaScript took off, and one of the reasons was tax avoidance, but it's complicated and controversial. So basically what happened is for many years Amazon never turned a profit, and a lot of the big tech companies, not a lot, specifically Amazon, Google and Microsoft, but particularly Amazon, spent a lot of money putting all of their profits into data warehouses. Now back then, we're talking way back, the early 2000s, Amazon was an online bookshop, and oh, are we back? Lost me for 20 seconds. Okay. Well, Amazon was, thank you for that. Amazon was an online bookshop. Nobody would have thought of Amazon as a hosting company. But they had put all of their money into these data warehouses, which of course were completely useless. Around about 2005, maybe 2006, Amazon said, we're going to let you do file sharing. Nobody was interested, nobody bought. Nobody wants to upload their files to Amazon, you know. So Amazon went back to the drawing board, and they figured, well, wouldn't it be good if we could get into that web hosting stuff? That would be a good earner. I mean, we've got all these data warehouses sitting doing nothing that have helped us to avoid paying tax all of these years. So they figured, let's do that, but there was a problem, and it was a technical problem. And the technical problem is that the dominant technology of the web, in fact the dominant technologies like PHP, Ruby and Python and others, are stateful. Stateful means they have cookies and session variables, and when you're talking about stuff like that, it basically means that the server, you know, whenever you get like a cookie or a text file, well, there's two little packets of information, one that gets saved on the visitor's computer and one that gets stored on the server, and that does not suit Amazon because they want, I need to go back a bit, the other thing that they realised they could do with their data centres is streaming. And they around about 2005 they started streaming Tony Robbins events and stuff live. I mean, at the time it was technically quite amazing, but they realised that in order to handle large amounts of traffic, they needed to have a facility that would enable them to quickly take a backup of a site, send it to the other end of the world, rebuild it, and then serve it from somewhere else. I might be wrong about this, but I think the word for that is sharding. Anyway, if you are in the business of sessions and cookies and all of that stateful stuff, that makes it very difficult to build that kind of infrastructure, because let's imagine your stuff is in a data center in Ireland, and Ireland make it to the World Cup final or something, and they're streaming or whatever, there's all traffic, or maybe it's the grand finale of Breaking Bad, who knows what, and the data center's stowed out, and Amazon say, look, we've got 10,000 shitty WordPress sites here clogging up all of this space and stuff. Let's send them across to frigging Taiwan and we'll clear up space at our island data center. Well, guess what? If you're using stateful web development, then that is a massive monumental technical challenge. So Amazon did the outrageous along with Google and others, and what they did is they said, let's make it so that stateful is bad, and we'll just start pushing all of these bullshit ideas that were around about in the 70s and all that, like the early 70s and what have you, and we'll just start pushing a whole bunch of bullshit, and we'll change the way that web development is done. So for example, if you take a look for, and I've discussed this video before, why isn't functional programming the norm? This is the worst presentation in the history of IT. I've spoken about this at length. This guy says with a straight face that the totality of PHP equals WordPress plus Drupal. The amount of schoolboy errors that are made in this presentation is unbelievable. Last time I looked at this, it had 700,000 views. Now it's got 900. It's nearly got 1 million views. And it was launched fairly recently on the grand scale of thing. So, YouTube is pushing fucking bullshit. Pushing bullshit. Like this fucking school leaver. And YouTube has got all of these dipshits nicking about going, oh, why isn't functional programming the norm? And it's all because YouTube, along with the other usual suspects, are pushing this bullshit. I've not done this, but I bet you if I search for OOP sucks, really popular stuff comes up, right? OOP sucks. Okay? So, object-oriented programming is bad. 1.3 million views, right? Now let's say OOP amazing or something like that. Well, you don't even get a fucking video. So, what the big tech companies are doing is they're demonizing these pillars of IT, like OOP, like stateful development and stuff like that, and they're doing it so that their little tax avoidance scam can be rolled out, so that fucking idiots who build to-do lists for a living can go on and say, I'm a genius because I use fucking JavaScript, you know? That's the reality. That's why JavaScript became popular. It's all about tax avoidance. And if I'm wrong, then you have some explaining to do. Why has this fucking school leaver got nearly 1 million views? Why is that? Look, the subscriber count's only 6,000. I've got more subscribers than this dipshit. So why in the name of Sam's Hill are videos like this? And of course, it's because they're trying to peddle their bullshit. And to anyone who thinks I don't know what I'm talking about, look, I've done the tutorials how to create Lambda functions and all of that. I know what I'm talking about. I've lived in this world. I know the stuff inside out. It's Speed Coding Academy. I teach CloudFront and all of that. I know what I'm talking about. Look at this. Why isn't functional programming the norm? I retort. 622 views. Okay? With a bunch of school leavers disagreeing. And nobody has the fucking nerve to say this stuff. Nobody has the nerve. I actually got invited to speak at an event a couple of years ago. And there was an Amazon guy going to the event, and I was actually planning on raising this stuff. But unfortunately, it all went a bit pear-shaped, but we're not going to go into that. So, if anybody asks you why did JavaScript become popular, the answer is JavaScript became popular because companies like Amazon are determined to capitalize on their tax avoidance scams. And of course, you know, just to state the obvious, if you run a site that charges people for uploading little PHP functions, and you're charging them for every time they get invoked, and you're also charging them per millisecond, then of course it's in your interest to start pushing videos about why isn't functional programming the norm. Look. Functional programming, right? Now watch this. Just watch. 500,000, nearly 1 mil, 92,000. 360,000. Here's another fucking self-appointed aficionado. Over 100,000. Okay. 500,000. We go on and on and on, right? Okay. Look at this. I fucking hate people who tell me I'm doing it wrong unless they do it their way. Look at that face. Look at this face. Look at this. These fucking school leavers. I saw another one. I'm going to just show you my... we'll do a tour of all of the annoying YouTube videos for web development. I don't give a flying fuck. I'm not getting help from any of them, so who cares, you know? See people who say, stop doing this. Now, I don't know about this one. I've kind of grown to like this guy, actually. But there's one, just the thumbnail. I'm going to show you the most annoying thumbnail in all of YouTube. Now, she's fucking really annoying. But there's another. Where is the fucking dipshit? Ah. Where is it? That's a good channel, by the way. Not that it's worth watching, of course. I'm not diplomatic enough to recommend anything. Ah, and here's another fucking know-it-all. Tech lead. Bullshit lead. None of these fucks could last 5 minutes in my world. None of them. Not one. In fact, we should do a crowdfunder. Invite one of them over here for 1 week. We'll set up 2 computers and see what state they're in at the end of 7 days. I can't find it. But anyway, there's one I found with a guy and it's like, stop doing this. And he's praying, you know. And it's like, oh, stop doing, you're doing your JavaScript the wrong way. Oh. Anyway. I'm going to take a little trip to the news. Because there's something coming up that I'm interested in. So, I'm going to have a wee look at this. Yeah, we're due a verdict from this thing, you know. I tell you something. Those of us who don't live in America, we look at this and we just think this is fucking nuts. And in what universe is it acceptable for a little 17-year-old know-it-all to run around with a fucking gun shooting people? How is that in any way acceptable, you know? Anyway, I'm glad I'm not in the jury because I know I totally get the pro-gun argument. So the pro-gun argument is, well, as long as the citizens can arm themselves, it's the ultimate guarantee against a tyrannical government. That's perfectly logical. In fact, I probably agree with it. I just don't know if I can accept that little fucker running about with a fucking AR-15. I just don't know if I can accept it. Don't even care about the legalities, you know? Don't even care about them. I'm glad I'm not on the jury. If I was selected for jury duty, I'd just say, look, I cannot declare. I cannot take part because even if the law said that he was legally carrying it and everything, I just cannot get over that. I cannot accept that, you know? I hope they nail that little bastard. I hope they hang him from the fucking nearest lamppost. fuckers. This message was brought to you in association with DavidPoliticalNutcase.com. Alright. So, what do we do now? What do we do now? I really have got this decision to make. Alright, so removing items works, I suppose. If we refresh here, we should have 2 items. And we do. So that's kind of good. I think I should work on adding special prices. So, let's just do these things one at a time, right? Add special prices. Okay. So, we've got this vibe here, right? And it says submit special price is not defined. Now, did we submit? I just, like I say, folks, forgive me. I'm not a political guy. I'm really not. I don't care who you vote for as long as you keep on coding, right? And I think that there is a legitimate case for the concept of a population being able to arm themselves. I actually think there's a perfectly legitimate case for that. But I don't know, man. I can't accept that wee guy. Oh, I fucking can't stand him. You see, I don't know if I mentioned this. A few months ago, my nephew came over. I hardly even know the little bastard. And he came over and effectively moved into my mum's house, you know. And I've never met such an irritating little bastard in my life. I mean, it didn't matter what you spoke about. He knew fucking everything. Everything. And his whole algorithm was, I know everything, you're a bunch of fucking losers. And he was into all of that MMA bullshit, you know? You know what I mean with that, right? The whole vibe with the naked men rolling about. He was a fucking asshole, man. Let me tell you. What a fucking asshole. Anyway, there he was, hanging about, not knowing what to do, and he was just off. I'm not going to even tell you how it goes, but it ended up the little fucker attacked me. Can you believe that? This has never happened. There are certain codes of conduct within the family. One of the codes of conduct is, if possible, try not to attack the uncle. Or the little fucker got on like, get the fucker, come on ahead, get the fucker, wee fucking dick. I should have knocked him clean out, but I never. I just sat and I was like, what the hell? And he ran, and he's standing there, I'm going, come on then, get the fucker, you know. I looked at him. I'm like, holy shit, that's some new data. Next thing you know, there's all hysterics. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry. And I stood up and I said, you know what? I liked you better when you were threatening me. That was that. So anyway, if I ever get astonishingly rich, I'll make sure that little bastard does not get a fucking penny. There is a fucked up generation out there, ladies and gentlemen. There is definitely something going on. Pardon me. I do apologise. Right, here we go then. So, let's focus on this add menu item thing, right? Now when you think of it, we're not really adding a menu item there. Does that say add menu item? That would be a typo. If that says add menu item, that's a mistake. It's add price option, of course. So add, here you go. I'm a wee bit lost. Oh. Okay, so this is going to say add price option. Okay, here we go. Alright, so I'm clicking on this add price option here. And a whole lot of F all is happening. Okay. So let's say I'm really a wee bit confused here. Give me a second. Okay. This is wrong. This is wrong. Add item to menu. Add. Right. Okay, hold on. Add item to menu. Let's make life easy. Let's just say menu item. So we do that. Okay. Now let's okay. So let's just go like this. Okay, here we go. So it says add. Alright, now that is going to say add menu item. Okay. Now, submit. Okay, what we got here? Normal prices. Restore. Okay. Ah, so do you see how that's got a modal title? That should come out. That's what we're talking about. So now it says add price option. Perfect, perfect. Okay, so now we're gonna, you can see that this is calling upon submit special price. And we're gonna just say console.log submitting. Alright, so there you go. So now we're going to inspect this little beauty. Okay, so I'm going to say var. Now we're going to call it description. Is that. Then we're going to say price is that. Now I'm going to console.log the description, and I'm going to console.log the price. Here we go. Okay, so if we go A, B, there you go. Now, now I'm going to say if description is empty, then alert price descriptor cannot be empty. We're going to hit return. So that means that if this thing appears and somebody just goes like that, it says cannot be empty, and there you go. Perfect. Now, if price is empty, then we'll just say price cannot be empty. Okay, so when this thing loads up, if we go like that, descriptor cannot be empty. Try this again. Here we go. Price cannot be empty. Okay, that's cool. So the reason why it never gave me both of those is because I said return here, you see. Now, there is a thing, 60, called trim that I would like to call upon. So I'm just going to say description equals description dot trim, and price is price dot trim. So what that means is, in the unlikely event that somebody does spaces and then hits add, well, that's what happens. Same goes for the price thing. Alright, and another thing that we can do is we can set that to an empty value. So if somebody does this, okay, so we do that and then we space out. Now they're going to hit submit. Cannot be empty, but it clears it, as you can see, which is kind of cool, right? Going to do the same here. Alright, so something like that. There you go. Okay, so spacing out. Oops. Why is that not letting me change the price? Oh, that was the descriptor, of course, right, okay, so I would have, I've got you. So I'd have to have both of these in here. Logic is a funny old thing, isn't it, man? That's it. Cool. Right, that's sorted. Now, I want to make sure, and I don't know how to do this, JavaScript check is a number above 0. And I don't know how to do it. Well, alright, let's try this. Let's say price is par's float price. And I am gonna alert type of price. Okay. So it says number. Now let's alert the actual price, and I'll just say return. Okay, so we'll go like this. Number 32. Okay. So if price is equivalent to, is it that? Number N-E-N. Damn. So I've changed the type, but it hasn't taken me forward one iota. Thank you, JavaScript. Thank you so much, JavaScript. I was concerned that I was concerned that that life was going to be easy. All right. Okay, so what we do is we say if is not a number, price, then not a number. Here we go. Don't you fuck with me, don't you fuck with me, JavaScript. Alright, here we go. Okay, so we'll go like that. Not a number. Perfect. Okay, cool. So now price must be a number. And the other thing that we could add is if price is less than 0, alert. Okay, I think we've got it. So there's a wee bit of simple on-screen validation happening here. So if we do that, it says price must be a number. And if somebody says, okay, minus 23, that must be one heck of a restaurant. And then we go like that. And that's beautiful. And finally, there you go. That's what we're talking about. So now we've got that stuff set up. What we're then going to do, pardon me, oh Jiminy. Alright, so what we're going to do then is we have an endpoint, and one of those endpoint things is this one here. So we're going to send to that endpoint. We'll start off by declaring some parameters. Okay, so we're going to have an item ID. Let's just okay, so we've got this menu item ID, right? That'll do us. So the item ID is menu item ID. The descriptor, well, that is just going to be the description. Same goes for the price. There you go. Now I am going to alert JSON.stringify params. Does anybody know if that GitHub autopilot thing's working yet? I'd like to use that. I feel like I'm spending a lot of time typing, you know? There you go. Perfect. Right, so the question is, where is that going to go to? Well, we know the answer. Thanks to our incredible API Explorer, we know that this is going to go to here. So we're going to say var target URL, and it's going to be that, right? That's your vibe. Now let's have a wee look for http.send. Okay. Whoops. Alright. So we're going to go like this. Okay. Pardon me. So we send across this stuff. We send across our json.stringify params. We add in a token, and then we're going to just say http onload, and at that point we're going to call upon fetch item special prices, and by doing that it's going to rebuild this table. So here we go, here is the big demo. Alright, I'm going to just say first one, special price of 88, add it. Okay, I'm going to refresh. Now that's something in it. Okay. Well, let's just see what happened there. Ah, do you know what it is? I know exactly what it is. It's because on the create endpoint we have to add in a little bit of authorization. There you go. So here we go again. I'll say first one, expectation of success, always smiling, and there it is. Perfect. Now another thing is when that happens, we can clear those form fields. So here we go again. This time I'm going to say second one. Add in another price. Add it. There you go. Now let's delete. Let's delete the first one. Let's refresh. And that's it. That is fantastic. And when we hit cancel, it closes. There you go. It's really good. Excellent. Excellent. Well, that is just fantastic, innit? Okay, so well done me. Now, let me continue. Okay, what we got next? I'll do a wee commit here. Adding menu items. Special prices now working. Okay, there you go. I'm going to send that up to the sky while I can. Okay, so things are looking kind of good here, you know. Because Our page here with the special prices is just beautiful. It totally works. And we've now got the ability to easily delete and add. There it all is. That's really cool. I could probably make it even better than that and get rid of the blink, but I'm not going to bother because I'm a wee bit short in time and I've put a lot of work into this so far. How is everybody in the room? Yeah, that might be the headline. The only framework with no rewrites, period. Yes! I love that. Can you share the link to the book that we're mentioning? Somebody please help him out, won't you? Somebody help the dude out. It's web development with hacks. It's on Amazon. Okay, now let me look at my... Okay, we've got add special prices now working. Okay. Pardon me. This is awesome, isn't it? It's a really cool page. Some very, very advanced JavaScript going on here though. Okay. Okay, that's good. What we're gonna do next? Right, let's go to right, the menu item ID, we'll just set it at 0. Head downstairs. Now I'm going to get rid of these set timeouts. They're kind of cool, but they have served their purpose. So now when our page loads, we just get this. And when we click on a category, we're going to have this option of adding in a menu item. Okay. Now, I'm going to do a wee trick here and say set interval. Set interval is the same syntax as set timeout, and it's a good way of just keeping track of what's going on. Console.log menu item ID. Alright, so if we do that, it's 0, right? All the time it's 0. Now I'm going to just go test item. Okay. Okay. Let me just try something. First special price 1. Second special price 2. Okay. Third special price. There you go. Now, this submit button is really important for us. And here it is here as well. And hear it. Oh, actually, it's not even there. So it appears in 2 different places. So that's a really important part of this for us. And probably something that we're going to have to look at. Alright. Could you give me... I've not ate anything today. I have ate nothing. So can I take a wee break and just get something to eat? I will be back shortly. I'm just going to get a wee nibble and I'll be right back, okay? Right, kids, I think I might actually just blow the whistle at this point in time, because I would like to keep an eye on this trial thing, and well, it's that time of day, you know. So I'm gonna vanish for a short while, and I think I'll just blow the whistle if that's okay, you know. I'm not sure if they've posted a verdict yet. Probably not. Yeah, probably not. So I am going to just blow the whistle on this for now, but thank you so much indeed for being here. I do appreciate it. And this is most definitely a really, really challenging page here. But I think I've pretty much got it, you know? I think I've pretty much got it. Okay, so take it easy, folks. Stay cool, and I'll catch you very soon. Cheers now.